1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches, I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you're adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools. I don't mean to detract from them completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen to 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back. It's hard to...
Oops. Shit. Okay. Oops. 对方是台湾。So. Let me see. To spend any down something over and hang his dead in shame. To spend time to relax with the person or place. Ashley spent most of the evening hanging with her friend. Sometimes we just hang in the park. Do you want to come over and hang and please? Do you want to? Okay, sometimes we just hang this way. Do you want to come home and hang at my place? Information to spend time relaxing with the person or in your place. Okay. That's it. Spend time. Bend down. To curved. Bend down. Bend. Let me see that. Bend. Oh, bend down. To curve down. To the branches hang heavy with snow. Hang with snow down. Okay, Stop working. Of a computer program or system. To stop working or appear on a screen. In the middle of a download, it's just hang. Okay, stop working. In the middle of this download, it's just hang. It's in your hands. 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 Just hands. Just a hand. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Hands. It's hands. It's just hands. To spend time relaxing. To spend time relaxing with a person or in a place. Action is spent. Okay, I should spend most of the evening hanging with her friend. It's hands. It's just hands. Just hands. They have to prevent the system from hanging the way it received or corrupted fragment. Okay, let me see. And also this corrupt and bad, dishonest. Use your possession or power to get an advantage, especially for money. Dishonest. Use your possession or power to get an advantage, especially for money. Both companies are under investigation for corrupt practices. The whole system was corrupt. Every official she approached wanted the money before helping. Corrupt. Received or bad corrupt. Both on computer. When information on our computer become corrupt. Okay, to change information on our computer so that it is wrong and cannot be used. Okay, most of the data on the hard drive always was corrupted when the power went out. When the power went out, most of the data on the hard drive was corrupt. Most of the data on the hard drive was corrupt when the power went out. Most of the data on the hard drive was corrupted when the power went out. dishonestly and willing to use your position or power to your own advantage, especially for money. It's being called the most politically corrupt city in the nation. Corrupt also means bad. Your philosophy is corrupt. Philosophy is corrupt. Your philosophy is corrupt. Corrupt also means bad. Your philosophy is corrupt. Your philosophy corrupt also means bad. Bad. To make something dishonest, to make someone dishonest and morally corrupt. Design a fragment. A small piece or a part, especially when broken from something whole. A small piece or a part, especially when broken from something whole. Date. Winter received fragment, a small piece or a part, especially when broken from something whole. Okay. Adapted to prevent the system from hanging. From hanging. Okay. From hanging. When it receives. From hanging. When it receives a corrupted fragment part. Fragment. A small piece or a part, especially when broken from something whole. Okay. The road was covered with a fragment of glass from the shattered window part. Okay, received a corrupt. Received a corrupt. Byte. On computer. When information on computer becomes a corrupt, so it can be used because it has changed and become wrong. Okay, corrupt. Bad. Small bad. Corrupt system. Morally bad. Morally bad. Dishonest. Hanging. Winter received a corrupted fragment. Okay, if a pitcher in baseball hands the ball or baseball ban corrupt baseball. What is this? Baseball. Baseball. A game played especially in North America by two teams of 9 players, in which a player hits a ball with a bat and tries to ring around for base. Okay. Baseball gameplay. Baseball. If a pitcher baseball. If a pitcher in baseball. If a pitcher in baseball. Pitcher in baseball. A player who pitches the ball in the baseball game in a baseball game. Pitcher through baseball. Okay, if a pitcher in baseball if a pitcher in baseball hands the ball, or if the ball hangs, or if the ball or if the ball hangs, or if the ball hangs. Okay, let me see. Hands. If the ball hangs, it is thrown by so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. If a pitcher in baseball hangs the ball, if the ball hangs, it is thrown. Or if the ball hangs, it is thrown badly so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Okay, if a pitcher in baseball hangs. If a pitcher in baseball hands the ball, or if the ball hangs, it is thrown badly so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy easy for the batter. And it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Wave hang a curveball.
Highlight is hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case studies, that's a classic example. They study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. I've learned that tit for tat, iterated prisoner's dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running the retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I was used to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who basically relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you'll win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage. And leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name, because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. when it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world because he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from my Australian friends that the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. Like, so you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product. This person is responsible for the messaging. This person is responsible for raising money. This person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time, if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there, there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is sort of uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and kind of broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages kind of through the back channel, like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I kind of just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you are honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin of the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin of the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin of the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin of the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin of the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's kind of a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type. But deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair. Because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and give $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This was only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires, so the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie, I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's
Right.
permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting,
Those are-
YouTubing, these
those are
kinds of
really-
things, these are
Not
permissionless.
paid.
You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great
But it's-
equalizers of leverage.
it's
And
almost-
as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that. Why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people are gonna, this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and there's delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of people and robots, of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. The new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so, to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, that human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are sort of equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like the Game of Thrones or the Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, you know, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using...
Okay. This one. Okay. Let's continue. Corrupt date fragment. Baseball hands they bow, or if they hand they hands they bow, or if they bow hands it is through thrown badly, so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the batter, and it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Waver hang a curveball. Waver hang a curved ball, which Carter had for a moment for a home run, for a home run. We've hung a curveball. We've hung a curveball which Carter hit for a home run. We've hung a curveball. Which Carter hit for home run. Okay. If a pitcher in baseball hands if a pitcher in baseball hands they ball, or if they ball the hands hands or if they bow hands, it is throw badly so that it does not spin very much, and it is easy for the batter to hit it hard. Let me see that. Okay, let me see. home run. Which is a home run. Okay, we will hang a curve. We will hang a curve which car hit for a home run. A first pitch. Okay, it's hard to. Gosh. It's cold. Bad cold. We will hang a curveball which Cocker hit for home run. His first pitch was a Hank Snyder. Okay, her first was a pitch Hanging Snyder. His first pitch was a hanging Snyder. His first pitch was a hanging Snyder. What are you doing? It's funny. Okay. Peter Snyder. Okay. Snyder. Okay, Snyder. His first pitch was a hanging Snyder. His first pitch was a hanging Snyder. Okay. We will hang a curveball which Cocker hit for home run. His first pitch was Hank Snyder. Hanging Snyder. His first pitch was a hanging Snyder. A small piece were amount of something. A small piece were amount of something. Would you like a bit of chocolate? Would you like a bit of chocolate? Okay. Would you like a bit of chocolate? Okay. Let me see. Bit. Slider. A machine. A part on a machine. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Slider. Bit. What? A small piece or amount of something. Would you like a bit of chocolate? A glass smashed. Smashed. The glass. Okay, like this. Glass. Nice. The glass smashed into smash. Extreme drunk. I need a bit. Smashed. A power effect over by like smashed. Extremely drunk. Okay. A glass into a little bit. Into a little bit. Beats. 怎么样子 Smash, 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 smashed,
Smashed.
smashed, smashed, smashed. Okay, student drug or power effect affected by a leg drug. A power effect by a leg drug. Smash, 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 smashed, smashed. Extremely drunk, or powerful affected by a leg drugs, by leg drugs. Okay, drugs. The glass is smashed. 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 The glass is smashed into little bits. Okay, bits. There were bits. And there were bits. Okay. A little bit. Into little bits. Oh, that's weird. That's that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. That is the word. There were bits of paper all over the floor. There were bits of paper all over the floor. She tried to do a bit of exercise every day. She tried to do a bit of exercise every day. She tried to do a bit of exercise every day. I don't understand this bit. She tries to do a bit of exercise every day. She tries to do a bit of exercise every day. She tries to do a bit of exercise every day. She tries to do a bit of exercise every day. I don't understand this bit. I don't understand this bit. I don't understand this bit. Okay. Bit. I don't need a bit. I need a bit. Do a bit of. She's trying to do a bit of exercise every day. I don't understand this bit. This bit. I don't understand this bit. Not bit. That's bit. That's a bit. Okay. Probably something. Hey. Smashed. Okay, a bit, a short distance, or period of time. 有目标。OK， 注意 a short distance 下，我不能把怎么当导演？A bit, a short distance or period of time, a short distance or period of time. I'm just a bit, a short distance or period of time. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. I'm just going out for a bit. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. I'm just going out for a bit. A short distance. I'm just going out for a bit. A short distance or period of time. I'm just going out for a bit. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. Okay, I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. A bit of something is not. A bit of something is not, but not serious amount or type of something. A bit of something is not, but not serious amount or type of something. 0.3的手续费是0.3的话，来回4次。750次，2万分乘上，不用4次，用一次1020次呀。A bit of something is not but not serious amount or type of something. A bit of something is not. I'm going out for a bit. See you later. A bit of something is not but not serious amount or type of something. Marius put on a bit of weight. And she. A short distance or a period of time. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. A bit of something is not. Corrupt. Bad something. Bad. Somebody's bad something. On computer. Corrupt. Snide. Small in amount. Okay. A snide. It's not improvement or snide improvement. It's not insane. She had a snide headache. She had a snide headache. Small in amount or degree. Small in amount or degree. It's not improvement. It's not improvement. It's not insane. Incline. It's not.
Slight.
Small in amount or degree. Small in amount. Or small. It's not, but not serious amount or type of something. Snat, but not serious. Snat. Snat, small in amount or degree. Maria's put on a bit of weight, and she put on a bit of weight. Maria put on a bit of weight, and she's trying to beat up a weight, and she a bit of something. Maria's put on Maria's put on a bit of weight, and she a bit slightly the dress a bit slightly. The dress is a bit too big for me. Very blimey. It's a bit cold. Okay. Very blimey. It's a bit cold. Blimey, it's a bit cold, but bit by bit, gradually. Very blimey, it's a bit cold. Bit by bit, gradually. Okay, gradually. Gradually, I saved up the money bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit. I think the dress is a bit too big. The dress is a bit too big for me. The dress is a bit too big for me. The dress is a bit too big for me. Right. Blimey is a bit cold, but bit by bit, gradually. I saved up the money bit by bit. I saved the money bit by bit. Blimey is a bit cold, bit by bit, gradually. Okay, it's a bit cold. It's a bit cold. Gradually, I saved up the money bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit. Not a bit. Also not one bit. Not in any way. I saved up the money bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit. Not a bit. Also not one bit. Not in any way. She want a bit worried. She want a bit worried about the test. She want a bit worried about the test. She want stark. She want a bit worried about the test. She want a bit worried about test. She want not a bit. Eating. I saved up the money bit by bit, gradually. Bit by bit, gradually. Slowly over a period of time or a distance. Slowly over a period of time or a distance. Slowly over a period of time or distance, gradually she realized that he wanted telling her the truth. Gradually, she realized that he wanted telling her the truth. The bank slopes gradually down to the river. I think that 可以，比如说，如果因为是。The bank sloped gradually down to the river. The bank sloped gradually down to the river. 就是说，我觉得这边可以放进去，可以放进去，但是如果调视频可以被去编辑层面进行一个人观看的话。如果你能成为OK， 那是可能大部分成长，这是大部分成长。规模效应加的零边际成本或者规模效应加上低边际成本或者零边际成本。Gradually, I saved up the money bit by bit. 这些 not by bit, 那是要作用的。一般大家。Not a bit, also not a one bit, not in any way. She wants a bit, not a bit, also not a one bit, not a bit, also not one bit, not in any way. She wants a bit worried about the taste. She want not in any way. Not in any way. She want a bit worried about the taste. 我觉得人生的基本来说的学习速度，这两个学习速度加，对，进化速度，已经化的，也就可以了。She want a bit. She want a bit worried about the taste. 我觉得是，不知道怎么说。She want a bit worried about the taste. She want a bit worried about the taste. That's good. I don't guess that. 说这个，那怎么可以？我觉得是，但是， quite a bit a lot， 我注意注意了，没有什么规则。所以quite a bit a lot. They have quite a bit of money. They have quite a lot. A bit, quite a bit, a lot. They have quite a bit of they have quite a bit of money. But anyway, she want a bit worried about the test. She want about worried about the test. She want a bit. She want. 你如果是想出题加中间去一个中间一个在4点没有这是什么理的，是一大堆什么时候？有时候有什么问题就是一步到位。She want a bit worried about the test. Quite a bit or not. They have quite a bit of money. 2 bits into small pieces. Into small pieces. Okay, into small pieces. The car was blown to bits. Into the small pieces. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. Very much. And now the car to bits. Into small pieces. The car was blown to bits. Very much. I love my son to bits. I love my son to bits. I love my son to bits. More examples. I think we need a bit of color in this room. I think we need a bit of color in this room. More examples. Okay, let me see. Into is the car of blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits. Let me know this. Blown. The car was blown to bits. Into small pieces very much. I love my son to bits. She's into small pieces. Blow to bits. Why this? Blow. Send. Okay, to move or make current. Correct. Okay, to move and make currents. To move and make currents of air. Or to be moved or make something move on a current of air. Blow away the letter blow. Wasn't that fun? What is it? You mask. Tie mask. 可以接触。The letter blew away, and I heard. It's not easy. The letter blew away, and I had to ring after it. Letter blew away, and I had to ring after it. Blow something down. A gale force wind. Blow, send to air. They brought down. Blow to beats. The car was blown to beats. Blown to beats. Wow, blown to beats. In that thing. It's not destroyed. Okay, to cut something. To cut something to be destroyed by a bomb. Technical forger. His car had been blown to his car had been blown to pieces. His car had been blown to pieces. If an electrical fuse blows, or if something electric blows a force, the items. The evidence the device it is in sports working because it is receiving too much. Oh no. That's because it is receiving too much electricity. My microwave had stopped working. I think the fuse has. I think the destroy. Okay, the car was blown to bits. The car was blown to bits very much into small pieces. Very much. I love my son to bits. For example, I think we need a bit of a car. I think we need a bit of a car in this room. I think we need a bit of corner. I think we need a bit of corner into this room. We may as well finish up this pie. That's only in there's only a little bit left. We may as well we may as we may as well finish. We may as well finish. we may as well finish off this pie. There's only a little bit left. I bought a few things back from India. Bits of jewelry and material mainly. Okay, we take care of that. I take care of that. Brought to bits. I will take care of that. I will take care of that. I will take care of that. Hand. I will take care of that. Okay, I think we need a bit of corner in this. Okay, we may as well finish off this pie. There's only a little bit left. I bought a few things back from India. Bits of jewelry and material men items. I see. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth. A piece of metal put in a horse. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to allow the people ready to allow the person reading it to control its movements to allow the person reading it to control its movements. Competing. Computing is computing. Computing specialized. A unit. What's the case? Computing specialized. Computing specialized. A unit of information in a computer. A unit of information in a computer that must the unit of information in a computer that must be either 0 or 1. A 32-bit computer that process a 32-bit computer, a computer that process, okay, a 32-bit computer, a computer that process 32 bits of information at a time. Okay, computing, specialized computing. A 32-bit computer, a computer that process a computer that processes 32 bits of information at a time. A computer that processes 32 bits of information at a time. A coin representing a small amount of money. A coin representing a small amount of money. A three penny, six penny bit. Okay. Penny computing 6 penny. Wait for me as we. In the US and Canada, a cent or coin of this value. A coin representing a small amount of money. A 3 penny, 6 penny bit. A coin representing a small amount of money. A 3 penny, a 6 penny bit. Our amount of money that is equal to our amount of money. Okay, a coin representing a small amount of money. A 3 penny, 6 penny bit. Our amount all used. Our amount of money that is equal. Okay, our amount of money that is equal to 30. That is equal to 12. Okay, our amount of money that is equal to 12 half cents. To 12 half cents. To 12 half cents. 12 and a half cents. 12 half cents. Usually used in the expression 2 bits or 25 cents. Our amount of money, you know. Our amount of money. Okay, listen. amount of money that is equal to 12 half third cents usually used in the expression 2 bits. Usually used in the expression 2 bits. Okay, I want to know amount of money that is equal to 12 half cents. Usually used in the expression 2 bits or 25 cents. Okay, our amount of money that equal. Okay, equal penny. 3 penny, 6 penny bit, 6 penny bit. Okay. Equal. Same. Okay. An amount of money that is equal to. Okay, I know this. Okay. Okay, that is equal. Same. Is the same in amount, number, or size. An amount of money that is equal to 12 half cents. Usually used in the expression 2 bits or 25 cents. 25 cents tool. The part of a tool used for cutting or drawing. Make hole. Okay. What does this mean? But I'm not sure completely. Yeah, I know this. Drilling. A tool or machine that makes holes. The part of a tool used for cutting or drawing, making holes. A bit, phrase, information. A short distance or period of time. A short distance or period of time. Can you move up a bit? Can you move up a bit? I'll see you. 这应该是一个很虚，但是一个非常虚的一个长期的。I'll see you in a bit. News. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. Could you move your chair a bit, please? Okay. A short distance for war drill. Okay, can you move up a bit? Can you move up a bit? I'll see you in a bit. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. Can you move your chair? Can you move a chair? Can you move a chair? Can you move your chair? Can you move your chair? Can you move a chair? Can you move your chair a bit? Can you move a chair? I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. Can you move your chair? I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. See if she comes. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. I'll wait a bit and see. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. Could you move your chair a bit, please? Could you move your chair, please? Could you move your chair a bit, please? Could you move your chair? Could you move your chair a bit? Could you move your chair a bit, please? Could you move your chair a bit, please? I'll see you in a bit. I'll see you in a bit. I'll see you in a bit. Can you move up a bit? There. That is funny. That is funny.
Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost money for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's basically only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out, which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now if, let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and or which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders' own capital. And it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company. And then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that sort of can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay. And for sure, there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional.
Pathetic.
There is sort of this archetype of the passionate
Okay,
entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to.
Baseball, bats, glass, smash, feet. Pathetic, I'm pathetic. I know. Pathetic. Pathetic, sad, cause and feeling, kind of feelings of sad, kind of feelings of what talk about. Kind of feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect. Especially because the person suffers sad. Pathetic. Okay, cause feeling of sadness, sympathy. See, understanding, and expression, understanding and care for someone's understanding and care for someone's suffering. The president has sent a message of sympathy to a relatives of the dead soldiers. I don't have much sympathy for her. I think she's brought her troubles on herself. Pathetic. Cause feeling of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. The refugees were a pathetic sight, starving, frightened and cold. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Cause feeling of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. Okay, pathetic. Cause feelings of sadness and sympathy. Careful someone's. Understood. Huh. You know, I'm certain. Okay, I keep that. Feeling sympathy, pathetic. Swiper, jumper.代币就是pathetic. I want to know. Pathetic. You tell what's it. You earned 30 damage. Oh God. Pathetic. I know this me. I know this code. Downloads. It's funny. I made this. I can see that. Literally, I can see that. 其实 I can keep that. 算了。Literally say that it's funny. Literally. Pathetic cause feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because the person or animal is suffering. So the refugees were a pathetic state. Pathetic. Okay. Right there. So let's see. Pathetic or mental pain that 第2次你听一下有意义，现在还有几千1万。The refugees cause feeling. You cause feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or animal is suffering. Okay, the refugees were a pathetic sight, starving, fright. Okay, the cat is starving. You need to do that. Okay, frightened. And the feeling of sadness, sympathy, care for someone, so physical or mental pain that is personal or animal is feeling. It's person who's feeling when you why am I not to that? Certain. What is funny and uncomfortable? Why am I to that? Physical and mental pain that is person or animal is feeling the world was well cousin widespread human suffering. Now she is at peace and her suffering is over. Aftermath of her suffering is dead as a person. The refugees were the refugees. Okay, refugees. Okay, refugee. A person who had escaped away from having got free. A person who has escaped having got free. A person who has escaped from their own country for their own country or political, religious or economic reasons, or because of war. A person who has escaped from their own country feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes like okay. Or sometimes like respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. Refugees were a pathetic sight. The procedure were a pathetic sight. The refugees were a pathetic sight. The refugees were a pathetic sight, starving, frightened, and cold. Starving, frightened, and cold. Frightened. I don't know. I say this word too many times, but. I just not sure about it. Frightened. Not feeling fair or worried. Feeling fair or worried. Frightened. Feeling fair or worried. Okay. Starving, frightened, feeling fear, or and cold. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure. Okay. Like a person. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Feeling fear or worry. Shadow former. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure. Singular number. Shape. Not about shape. Picture. Except I forgot what this next word. Person. Okay. A particular type of figure is a person. What is that characteristic? Arkansas accent. After the accent, he became he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. 这就像我突过来，这就是让我想问疑问的，因为并且跟再加上一遍，我想用以前。所以以前。以前After the accent, 你知道越贵的东西其实流动性，人的这东西。独特稀缺东西，越稀缺资源，稀缺资源不会导致。After the accent, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. A shadow of his former self. Were in an earlier time before the present time in the past. The shadow of his former self. Okay. A shadow of himself. A shadow of his former self. Okay, after the accent, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Jason returned to the track after his band, but it was a shadow of his former self. Wow. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Adjective. Unsuccessful or showing no ability. Unsuccessful or showing no ability are fault or bravery. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault or bravery. So that people feel no respect. So that people feel no respect. A pathetic attempt. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or unsuccessful or showing the ability or fault or bravery. Brave behavior, brave behavior or action. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault or braver. So that people feel respect. Okay. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault or bravery, so that people feel respect. So that people respect. 地缘政治关系。Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault or bravery, so that people feel no respect. A pathetic attempt to joke, exercise. 也就是 Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Let me see. Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or for the braver, so that people feel no respect. A pathetic attempt. Bravery. Unsuccessful. A shadow of his former self. 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 Unsuccessful or showing no ability. Unsuccessful or showing no ability. Or fault. Or bravery. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault or bravery. So that people feel respect. 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 A pathetic attempt, joke, exercise. A pathetic attempt, exercise. Are you telling me you're frightened? Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Unsuccessful or showing no ability. Unsuccessful or showing no ability or fault, no bravery, so that people feel no respect. That people know so. A pathetic attempt. Bravery. Brave to or braver attempt. To try to do something especially something difficult. To try to do something special. To try to do something especially something different. Attempt to escape. To attempt to escape through a window. Attempt to escape through a window. To try to do something special, something difficult. To try to do something. A pathetic attempt. Attempt to try to something. Attempt to escape through the window. attempt, escape, escape through the window, escape, escape. Try to do something special, something difficult. Pathetic attempt to try to do something, especially something difficult. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak? I'm frightened to speak. Feeling fear, frightened, feeling fear or worried. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Okay. Unsuccessful worship. Unsuccessful. Unsuccessful or showing no ability, effort, or bravery. Unsuccessful or showing no ability, or effort, or bravery, so that people feel no respect. A pathetic attempt. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be pathetic. Braver. Unsuccessful attempt. A pathetic attempt. You know, it's bad. Pathetic attempt. Attitude. Attempt. Pathetic. I'm trying to do something, especially pathetic attempt. A bad one. Get free. To get free for something, or to reward something. I was escape. I was escape. Pathetic. I was just trying. I was pathetic. Pathetic. Okay, no. Escape attempt. You know, that is alright. I attempted a joke, but no what. He attempted a joke, but no one laughed. It's bad. Dump. Pathetic. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Frightened, feeling fear or worried. Okay. Dump. To put down or drop something in a careless way. It came in with four sharp bag. He came in with four sharp bags and dumped them on the table and dumped. I dumped her. to put down or drop something or careless. 喂，你好。你帮我放门口吧，放门口就行。好，谢谢，拜拜。Are you kidding me? Okay, to put down or dump something careless. I'm trying to. Out. I was trying to. ，no， vegan。To put down or drop something in a careless way. He came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. That was good. To put down or drop check. Because to put down or drop something in a careless way. It came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. To put down or drop something in a careless way. To put down or drop something in a careless way. Okay, it came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. and dumped them on the table. Okay, I know this. I read to me. To put down or drop something in a careless way. Careless. Less than something. Is that correct? Careless. I know this. Careless. No attention. No taking or showing enough care. And attention. No, not taking or showing. A few months ago, 1 year ago, I will start my learning. Not taking or showing enough care about no taking or showing enough care and attention. No attention. Careless. My son's teacher said that his work is often rather careless. My son's teacher says that his work is often rather careless. Rather careless. Careless. Careless way. To put down or drop something, you're careless. Dump that. I will dump that. Okay, careless way. No attention. Enough. Careless way. No, not taken or showing enough care and attention. I will do that. Careless attention. My son's teacher said that it would work.
see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing or in running companies or in building products or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is sort of a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you would put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. Like, what are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy.
Okay.
And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. So that was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's basically throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want. What you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's the three focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer, the way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here. So it's
okay. Dump the careless. I was trying to best. I was trying careless. He came in with 4 shopping bags that would dump them and dumped them on the table. For example, his body had been dumped in the area of the wasteland. Hey there. Wasteland. Okay, his body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just out of the city. He opposes any kind of nuclear. It opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. It possesses waste. Bad use. Unnecessarily were wrong use of money. Use of money. Rest of wrong use of money. Right. Let me know this. Rest is wrong use of money. It's too late. Not too late. Okay, to put down or drop something. Not that. Unnecessary wrong use of money, substance, time, energy, abilities. A waste energy abilities. Long-term. Hanging.
Time, energy, abilities, etc.
Etc. Oh, I see. I want to say this. Etc. Etc. And some similar and other similar it is used a vote giving or completing vote completing giving or complete yes we saw etc. etc. So I just read it. To put down or drop something in a careless way. He came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. More examples. Okay. For example, his body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just outside the city. He opposed any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. He opposed any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. They Okay, for example, his body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just outside the city. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Okay? Nuclear waste. He opposed any kind of nuclear waste. Nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Nuclear. Nuclear. I know that is power being or using the power produced when the nuclear being or using the power produced when the nucleus of an nucleus being or using the power produced when the nucleus of an atom is divided or joined to larger nucleus. He opposed against fights disagree, or is that right? Opposes. To disagree, yeah, I'm right. To disagree with something or someone, often by speaking or fighting against it. Fighting against it. Him or her. He opposes to disagree with someone or something. Opposes any kind of nuclear waste being being dumped at sea. Nuclear dumped at sea. Nuclear dumped at sea. He opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. The car was dumped in a stretch. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland in the in the source of the city. The car was dumped in the streets of West in the source of the city. Okay, 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. Okay. For example, his body has been dumped. Can nuclear waste have been dumped at the city? The car was dumped in the streets. Reach, to cut something, to reach, often as far as possible, in a particular direction. In a particular direction. What else is it? In a direction. To cut something, to reach, often as far as possible in a particular direction. To cut something, to reach, often as far as possible. Reach. To cut something, to reach, often as possible. Okay. The car was dumped. The car was dumped in the streets. As far as possible, in a particular direction. Streets. Non-time spirit over part continuous area of mental part stress reach go past make longer time so much meaning different meaning. I think that's the overtime. Unusual stress. What this stress? Become longer. Stress reach. Took your body or your arm and legs to stand so that they are as long as possible. Okay. Is like this? In order to exercise the joints. After you have been in the same place or position for a long time, to cut something to reach off as far as possible in a particular direction. I tripped on a piece of wire that someone had stretched across the path. She stretched out her hand and helped him from his chair. The car was dumped. Okay, the car was dumped in your stretch of wasteland, in the source of the. Okay. It was dumped. In a stretch of wasteland. Dump. Oppose. Nuclear. Out of this being. Aesthetic. Can you put that in this? I was supposed to say that. She's a low man. Pose, stretch, nuclear hands. Down. I was down. Put down. To put down or drop. To put down or drop something like this. In a stretch of land. In a stretch of wasteland. In a stretch of wasteland. Stretch. In a stretch of land. In a stretch of land. In a stretch of wasteland. In the south of the city. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland in the south of the city. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland in the south of the city. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. You're not useful. You not code dumped. To put down or drop something in a careless way. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland in the south of the city. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. The car was dumped. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland in the south of the wasteland. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland in the south of the city. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. 90% of American trash. Wasteland. Reach. To cause something to reach off as far as possible in particular direction. Reach. Spread. Go past. To go as far as past. To go as far as or past the usual limit of something. Make longer. Long time. Do more. If Japs or taste stress you. If Japs will taste so they make you learn new things and they use your skill and express more than before. That makes you stress you. If the stress you. My present job doesn't stretch me, so I'm looking for something more. I'm looking for something more demanding. Part. A continuous area a continuous area of land or water. Stage is a stage. A stage in a race. A stage in a race. It's not. It's okay. A stage in a race or a part of a racetrack. A stage in a race or a part of a racetrack. She looked a certain to when as she entered the final stretch. She felt as he galloped down the home stretch toward the finish. Reach. An act of stretch. I always have a good stretch. An act of stretch. Reach. I always have a good stretch when I get up in the morning. I always have a good reach. Okay, what meaning of this? I always have a good stretch when I get up in the morning. I always have a good stretch. Reach. This is really good stretch for your go past. Stretch. The card was dumped in a stretch of wasteland. It was dumped in a stretch of wasteland. Make longer. Degree to which a material can be made longer or wider by pulling. Time. A continuous period of time. The elderly generally need far less rest than the young and tend to sleep in several short stretches. They car was dumped in a stretch west and in the south. Alright. Louis, Music, Texas, California, Oregon, West and Oregon, Nevada. Okay. Now clear this word. Go on. In the south of the cars were dumped in the stretch west in the source of the city. In the source of the city. So 90% of American trash is dumped in the landfill sites. What's that? Sites. Place. Landfill sites. Swish. The process of getting rid of large amounts of trash by burying it or a place where trash is buried. Where trash is burned. The process of getting rid of large amount of trash by burying it, or a place where trash is buried. Where trash is burned. Okay, the process of getting rid of large amounts of trash by burying it, or a place where trash is buried. 90% American trash is dumped in landfill sites. The process of getting rid of large amount of trash by burying it, or a place where trash is landfill. Process of getting rid of large amounts of trash by burying it, or a place where trash is buried, or a place where trash is buried. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. To get rid of something unwanted. Especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. I don't agree with that. To get rid of something unwanted, especially to get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it. Get rid of. Be rid of something. To not have an unwanted or unpleasant taste. Object or person. To not have unwanted or unpleasant taste. Object or person. I don't. To not have unwanted or unpleasant taste. Object or person. I didn't enjoy grading those papers, and I was glad to be rid of them. To not have an unwanted or unpleasant taste. Object or person. To not have an unwanted or unpleasant taste. Object or person. No. To not have unwanted or unpleasant taste. Object or person. I didn't enjoy grading those papers. those papers, and I was glad to be rid of them. Do you want to have something? Do you have any something forget? Okay. To not now have a wanted or unpleasant subject to a person. Red.
Rid.
Red.
Rid.
Red.
Rid.
Red. 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 Correct. Get red. Get red. Get red. Okay. Did I say? What does this mean? It's like a red. Get rid of. To not now have unwanted or unpleasant taste. To not now have unwanted or unpleasant taste, object or person. A person. To get rid of them. To get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. To get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place. To get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. To get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving, especially to get rid of something unwanted. To not know, have unwanted or unpleasant taste, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. The tax. The tax was so unpopular. 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 The tax was so unpopular that the government. The tax was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. The tax was so unpopular. The tax was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. The tax was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. Several old cars had been dumped near the beach. Several other cars had been dumped near the beach. Several other cars had been dumped near the beach. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Okay? Get rid of Texas. Dump it. Okay. Tax red. I didn't enjoy to not have unwanted or unpleasant taste, object or person. To to get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. The text was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. And the text was so unpopular that the government decided to dump it. Several articles have been tax comic. Tax comic. No government. Tax. Toxic. Waste. Toxic. Toxic chemicals. Toxic chemicals. Toxic chemical. Toxic chemical. Toxic chemical. Toxic chemicals. Okay. Yes. Chemical. And the basic substance that is used in or produced by a reaction involving changes to atoms or molecules. The government has pledged to reduce the amount of chemicals used in food production. Poison, a substance that can make people or animals sick or kill them if they eat or drink it. A substance that can make people or animals sick or kill them if they eat or drink it. The pest. Okay. Poison. A substance that can make people or animals sick or kill them if they eat or drink it. No. Poison. Toxic. Chemical. Any basic substance that is used in or produced by a reaction involving change to atoms or molecules. The government has pledged to reduce the amount of chemicals used in food production. Each year, factories release millions of tons of toxic chemicals into the atoms. And basic substance that is used in or produced by a reaction involving change to atoms or chemical to get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. The tax was unpopular that the government decided to dump it. Several okay. Toxic chemicals continued to be dumped into the river. To sell unwanted goods were cheaply. To sell unwanted goods were cheaply, usually in other countries. They accused okay, medicine accused the person who is on trial in a no count. Person is on trial in a no count. Okay, accused. To say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, or unkind. They accused the West of dumped out of date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of dumping out of date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of dumping out of date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of dumping out of date medicines on third world countries, and the relationship to suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? Why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? To suddenly end a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. To suddenly end a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? To sell wanted goods were cheaply, usually in other countries. They accused the West of dumping out of date medicines on third world countries. Okay. And the relationship. To suddenly end a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? To sell unwanted goods were cheaply, unusual in other countries. They accused the West of dumping. They accused to say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal. To say that someone, to say that someone has done something morally wrong, illegal, unkind. Others.
Morally.
Morally. Okay, morally wrong. Morally. They accused. Okay, to something to say that someone has something done morally wrong. Morally wrong.
Morally.
Morally wrong. Okay, morally wrong. Okay, accused. They accused the wisdom of the dumped out of date medicine on third world countries. To suddenly end a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? Just don't dump. Why don't you just if he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? Pathetic. Cause feeling of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. The refugees were a pathetic sight, starving, frightened and cold. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self, a shadow of his former self. Unsuccessful were showing no ability of effort, were bravery. So that people felt no respect. Unsuccessful were showing no ability, effort, or bravery. So that people felt no respect. A pathetic attempt trying to do something, or it's just about yes, or trying to do something, especially difficult things, especially difficult. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you're frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. All this mean? Get watch. In term sports, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on the team. Done. In term sports, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. In team sport, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. Ball sports. In team sports, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the pass to the running back. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. Okay. Okay, it's he moved right before dumping off. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. Before dumping off a short pass. Before dumping off a short pass to the running back, he dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the certain dribble. Okay, flow slowly. Flow very slowly. Use small note. Flow slowly. Mouse move bar. Snow. Small flow trouble moving about in basket or soccer. The act of moving about by bouncing or kicking it. Move about in soccer. When a ball is moved along the ground with repeated kicks works in basket. When a ball is moved by repeatedly repeatedly hitting it against the floor with your hand. In hockey, he dribble. Ball, he moved right before. Dumped and run back. Dumped off a short back to the running back. Short pass. We're back. He moved right. He moved right. Not right. Right before. Dumped off. I moved right before. I moved right before. Dumped off. Draw this one. Before. At a time earlier than this mentioned. At or during a time earlier than. At or during a time then. You should always wash your hands before meals. What was that? Before I would reach the door, Before I could reach the door, Before we make a decision, does anyone want to say anything else? Before we make a decision, she had to go in the door. I'd always dump. He moved right before, dumped off him before. He moved right before. Okay, not this. Is that say? I'm to right before dumped off a He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. At or during a time earlier that this mentioned, you should always wash your hand before meals. Before leaving, he said goodbye to each of them. She walked up before dawn. Before he could reach the door. She quickly closed it. Before we make a decision, does anyone want to say anything else? Before we made a decision, does anyone want to say anything else? Ha 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 ha. Hockey. What meaning of this hockey? Okay. Too emotional or artificial and therefore difficult to believe. The ending of the move was awful. Okay. The ending of the movie was awful. Okay. Too emotional or artificial, and therefore difficult to believe. In hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposite team area. He dribbled under the basket. He dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the center. He dumped under the basket and dumped off the ball center. He dumped the ball to the back or tight end. What do we know this? Tight end. Tight end. Held or kept together, firm or close. Firmly or close. Firmly or closely. I can't you tight. Hold or kept together. Firmly or close. Tight. Held or kept together. I can tie. Source. Waste. It's beauty. Tight. Unfortunate, uncomfortable. Relationship, music. Tight. Tight end. Tight end. Oh, I firmly or close. Firmly closed. Held. Firmly, not loosed. Yeah, well, that will not become loose. Firmly closed. Unfortunate, uncomfortable. Close. Tight feeling, uncomfortable feeling of the pressure in part of your body caused by illness. Tight No. Not muscle. Muscle. Oh, why I remember muscle. Okay. That's tight muscle feels stiff and difficult to move. Tight muscles feel stiff and difficult to move. Okay. Uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Wow, that's some. Uncomfortable. Muscle. Body part. Tight. Clothes or shoes that are tight fit the body too closely and are uncomfortable. That jacket is too tight. You need a bigger size.
Or you competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance, you have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, the third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they are often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game, you're going to win a stupid prize. It's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in your local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. He said, what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy?
Okay.
And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time. You do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it. They're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing, and then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, And then you say that all greatness comes from suffering. So does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand. But at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data. You don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was, avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams, systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading their winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in and of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal, against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful. It's not necessarily the most helpful. It's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought. They must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out. He still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is. And his internal mental state is still going to be very...
Okay, let me see. video. Here. Suppose the hockey in hockey to hit the puck, to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. Hockey. Emotion. Therefore, difficult to believe. The ending of the movie was awful. Hockey. Too emotional or artificial to be believed. Hockey. Emotional or difficult to believe. Let's say in hockey, hit the puck. Oh. Not right. Okay. A game played on ice between two teams of players. Okay, what to know? I can tell you. A game played on ice between two teams of players who each have a curved stick, with which they try to put a puck into the other team's goal. In hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposite teams. Maybe but to hit in hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. They dump the puck in the corner. Okay. We dump the puck in the corner and goes for a change. In hockey. Okay, to hit the puck. Hit puck. Small hard rubber disc. Hard disc that is used instead of ball in hockey. Puck. In hockey. It's not easy, In hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposing. competing or fighting against each other. Competing. Okay, into the area. Okay, in hockey, to hit the to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change and goes for a change. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. He dumps the puck in the corner. He dumps the puck. He dumps the puck into the corner and goes for a change. He dumps the puck into the corner and goes for a change. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Okay. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Teams can simply corner. The point area or line that is formed by the meeting of two lines surfaces roads. That's it. Teams. He dumps. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone and chase the other team's zone and chase it down. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Teams can simply dump the puck. Simply. Okay. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Teams can simply important completely or as much as possible. Important completely or as much as possible. You look simply beautiful in that dress. The hunger in parts of Africa. There's quite the completely or as much as possible. Okay. completely or as much as possible. You look simply beautiful in that dress. You look simply beautiful in that dress. Ooh. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible. There's quiet. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible. There's simply dead. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible. It's terrible. There's simply no other word for it. You look simply. Okay. You look simply beautiful in that dress. You completely or as much as possible. You look simply beautiful in that sugar. Completely or as much as possible. You look beautiful in that dress. The hunger in parts of Africa is terrible. There's simply no other word for it. Oh, I don't like my job. It's simply important. Completely as much as possible. Teams can simply dump park. Important. I don't like Java as something. I think it can bulk into the other team's zone and chase it down. Easy. In an easy way. Clean. Easy. Important. Teams can simply in hockey to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area for the simply he dumps the puck. So he dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a chin and goes. He dumps the puck into the corner. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone and chase it down. Teams can simply important complete or as much as possible. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone. Corner. Simple. An area, especially one that is different from the area around it because it has different characteristics, or is used for different purposes. An area, especially one that is different from the area around it because it has different characteristics, or is used for different purposes. An earthquake. Genius. Nuclear. A nuclear something. He was charged with driving at 70 and 75 mph, and so an area especially one that different from the area around it because it has different characteristics or is for different purposes. Zone. Zone. An area especially one that is different from the area around it because it has different characteristics, or is used to different purposes. Different characters. Teams can simply dump the park. Teams can't simply dump the park into the other team's zone and chase it down. And chase it down. Follow. To hurry after someone. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him. Okay. Okay. Come back and the package. The police car was going so fast. It must have been chasing someone. Follow. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. The police car was going so fast. They hurry after someone or something in order to catch him. And they chase. To hurry after. They can't simply dump the pig into the and chase it down. In golf, to head the ball, chase it down, catch him. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. In golf, to hit the ball into the some order and or a bunker. bunker. Shed. Bunker. Engulf, to head the ball into some water or a bunker. An area filled with sand. Substance. A substance that consists of very small grains of rock found on beaches and in deserts. Sands. An area filled with sand. A substance that consists of very small grain of rock found on beach and in deserts. A grain of sand. The children played all day. They sand. Mix one part. Mix one part sand to this part cement. Engulfed, head the ball into some water or a bunker. An area filled sand. He dumped her second shot in the water until the 10th. He dumped her second shot. He dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. He hit his pitch. 你们想听故事？那个故事其实，你听那个，你听那个。He hit his pitch shot. He hit his pitch shot to 开远。开远。He hit his pitch. He hit his pitch shot to 开远。开远。 a way that is not formal or not suitable for a special occasion. She was dressed casual in shorts and a t-shirt. Casual in form. Casual. Okay. I had his PhD shirt too casual. Okay. Not informal. Your way that is not formal or not suitable for a special or official occasion. Or just casual in shorts and a t-shirt. Without interest. He had pitch shot too casual and dumped his ball into the bunker. He had his pitch shot too casually and dumped his ball into the bunker. UK was so rubbish. What's rubbish dumped? Garbage. US was garbage dump. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place are allowed to leave their garbage. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. A place where people are allowed. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to dump. Okay, what mean of this? A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. I'm going to clean out the basement. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to dump. And take everything. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to dump. Garbage dump. Okay. A verb unpleasant and unattractive. A verb unpleasant and attractive phrase. A verb unpleasant and attractive phrase. This town is a complete dump. This town is a complete dump. This town is a complete dump. This town is complete dump. This town is a complete dump. What meaning of this? Unattractive place. A very unpleasant and attractive place. This town is a complete dump. A place where things of a particular type are stored. A place where things of a particular type. A place where things of a particular type are stored. A place where a particular type is, especially by an army. A particular type are stored. Let me see. Casual without intent by change. Informal. move out. Place to buy things. A place where things a particular type or story, especially by our army.大概是系列某一件的。Okay, not that.
Ammunition.
Ammunition. Object that can be shot for weapons, such as bolts or bomb. Ammunition. Objects can be objects that can be shot from a weapon. 就是说中国是中国美国ammunition. Okay, computing, specialized. Oh, jeez. Act of moving information. From a computer's memory to another place or device. Act moving information. Act of moving information from a computer's memories to another place or device. Act of moving information from a computer memories to another place or device. An act of moving information from a computer's memories to another place or device. An act of moving information from a computer's memory to another place or device. An act of moving information from a computer's memories. Okay. An act of moving information from a computer's memories to another place or device. To put down or drop something heavy without caring where it goes, or to get We're to get rid of something. Rid. We're to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. To put down or drop something. To put down or drop something heavy. To put down or drop something heavy without caring. Without caring where it goes. Or to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. This ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. To put down or drop something heavy without caring where it goes. Caring allowed. Caring. Okay. A Karen person is kind and gives emotional support to others. A caring person is a caring person. A caring person is kind and giving. A caring person is kind and give emotional support to another. I've always thought of Joe. A caring person is kind and gives emotional support of others. Caring. Okay. Without caring, what it goes. A caring person is kind. Okay, care. I know. Caring. To put down or drop something heavy without caring or caring where it goes, or to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. This ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. She missed too many rehearsals. Sorry. a time when all the people involved in a play dancing practice in order to it's can call prepare for a performance. Okay, she a time when all the people involved in a play dance practice in order to prepare for a performance. Rehearsal. A time. She missed too many rehearsal. Okay, a time when all the people involved in a play dance. A time when all the people involved in a play dance practice in order to prepare for a performance. Practice in order to prepare for a performance. A time when all the people involved in a play. Practice in order to prepare for a performance. Okay, performance. A time when all the people involved in a play dance practice in order to prepare for a performance. She missed too many rehearsals. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. Bother. Maybe bother. To make the effort to do something. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. I'm a normal man. I'm a normal man. No, a normal person. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. Make an effort. Bother. To make the effort to something. To make the effort to something. He hadn't even bothered to write. He hadn't even bothered to write. And you could have phone us, but you just didn't bother. To make the effort to do something. You could have phoned us, but you. You could have phoned us, but you just didn't bother. You could have phoned us, but you just didn't bother. You could have phoned us, but you just didn't bother. Don't bother work. Don't bother making the bed. Don't bother making the bed. It's my friend. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. Okay. You'd have fun. You'd have fun it if you'd anyway. You'd have fun it if you'd bothered looking. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You'd have fun it if you'd bothered looking. Okay. Okay. You'd have fun it if you'd bothered looking. Okay. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You'd have fun it if you'd bothered looking. You won't get any critical. Don't bother making the bed. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You'd have fun if you'd bothered looking. If you'd bothered you'd have fun it. You'd have fun it if you'd bothered looking. You won't get it. This is just you won't get it. You did. You won't get any credit. You won't get credit. You won't get any You won't get any credit for doing that. So why bothered? You won't get any credit for doing this. You won't get any credit for it. So why bothered? Let's see. Smart. She's bothered. She don't have any credit for doing it. So what do you bother? You don't want to get a credit for doing this. Credit. You won't get any credit for doing it. You won't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? If you can be bothered to do something, you are too lazy, or tired to do it, You are too lazy or tired to do it. If you can be bothered, you won't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? If you can be bothered, if you can be bothered doing, if you can be bothered doing, to do something, if you can be bothered doing to do it, if you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy. You are too lazy. You are too lazy. You are too lazy. Or tired to do it. Or tired to do it. Or tired to do it. I can be bothered. I can be bothered to iron. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. If you can be bothered to it, you are too lazy or tired to it, or tired. Can be bothered. You are too lazy. lazy, lazy,
Lazy.
lazy, unwilling to work or use any effort. Unwilling to work or use any effort. Unwilling to work or use any effort. Sometimes. Okay, this is. Not really. I won't say what happened. I won't say what happened. I won't say what happened if I continue. But I wanted to work. If you are too lazy or tired to do it, you can't. You're lazy. Not willing to work with unwilling to work or use any effort. You are too lazy or tired to do it. You can't be bothered to. If you can't be bothered doing, you are too lazy. Or tired. If you can't be bothered. If you can't be bothered doing. If you can't be bothered, if you can't be bothered, you are too lazy. You are too lazy or tired to do it. You are too lazy or too. It's my. Can't be bothered. If you can't be bothered to, if you can't be bothered doing, if you can't be bothered doing, if you can't bother to do something, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can't be bothered to. Maybe. Iron, metal. I can. Iron. A chemical that is colors metal. What? We do it. Okay. Don't bother. No, not this. I can't be bothered to. I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. 听起来有点 ghost. I don't know why he bothers. I don't know why. 其实声音。I don't know. I don't know. I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. Can't be bothered my clothes. Okay, I don't know why he bothers to bed. I don't know. His horses always come. I don't know why he bothers to bed. Do I have bothered to? His horses will always come. His horses come in nest. Oh, I don't know why he bothers to bed. His horses always came in nest. Don't bother drawing the pins. Just leave. Don't. Okay. Just leave.创造出这个东西，共享，以及第一个共享，这明白的，所有需要的这些。Don't bother. Don't bother drawing the paint. Just leave. Just leave them to dream. Don't bother drawing the pens. Just leave them to dream. Don't bother drawing the pens. Just leave them. Don't bother trying to just leave them to pens. Just leave them to if you can't be bothered doing, if you can't be bothered doing, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. I don't know why he bothers to bed. His horses always came in nest. His horses always came in nest. Don't bother drawing the pen. Don't bother drawing the pens. If you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy or tired. This is the name. Do something for me. If you can't be bothered to use, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. I don't know why he bothered to bed. His horses always came. I don't know why he bothered to bed. His horses Rebet. It's horses. As horses always came in last. It always come in last. Iron. Metal. To Iron Man. Okay, last. Last. After everyone and or everything else. Everyone or everything else.
Not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who the How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationship. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, "There are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you."
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying.
Nice.
They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my company is I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company. But this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views. And you are literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards a long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I'm projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies. One that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I sort of fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some kind of a sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that would make them fit.
What? What happened?
Hey, this is Nivi. You're listening to the Naval podcast. This is one giant megasode that collects every episode we've done on getting rich. All of it based on his tweet storm of how to get rich without getting lucky. I've collected them all here because we're going to switch topics to the new topic of happiness on the next episode. We've published one of these giant megasodes before, but this one's even bigger. It's about 3.5 hours long. It covers all the tweets from the How to Get Rich tweet storm, plus all the Q&A that we did after that, plus 10 minutes of bonus material at the very end that we've never released. The overall sound quality of this megasode improves a lot after the first hour. You can find a link to a clean transcript in the show notes, or if you go to the website, nav.al. There's no .com at the end. I hope you enjoy. You probably know Naval from his Twitter account, and we're going to be talking about his epic tweet storm on how to get rich without getting lucky. We're going to go through most of the tweets in detail, give Naval a chance to expand on them, and just generally riff on the topic. He'll probably throw in some ideas that he hasn't even published before. He's also the co-founder of AngelList and Opinions. He's a prolific tech investor in companies like Twitter, Uber, and many more. And I'm the co-founder of AngelList with Naval, and I also co-authored the Venture Hacks blog with him back in the day.
Yeah, the How to Get Rich tweet storm definitely hit a nerve. A lot of people say it was helpful, reach across aisles, and people outside of the tech industry, people in all walks of life. People do want to know how to solve their money problem. And everyone vaguely knows that they want to be wealthy, but they don't have a good set of principles to do it by.
What's the difference between wealth, money, and status?
Wealth is the thing that you really want. Wealth is assets that earn while you sleep. Wealth is the factory, the robot that's cranking out things. Wealth is the computer program that's running at night that's serving other customers. Wealth is even money in the bank that is being reinvested into other assets and into other businesses. Even a house can be a form of wealth because you can rent it out, although that's probably a lower use of productivity of land than actually doing some commercial enterprise. So my definition of wealth is much more businesses and assets that can earn while you sleep. But really the reason you want wealth is because it buys you freedom. So you don't have to wear a tie like a collar around your neck. So you don't have to wake up at 7 a.m. and rush to work and sit in commute traffic. So you don't have to waste away your entire life grinding all the productive hours into a soulless job that doesn't fulfill you. So the purpose of wealth is freedom. It's nothing more than that. It's not to buy fur coats or drive Ferraris or sail yachts or jet around the world in your Gulfstream. That stuff gets really boring and really stupid really fast. It's really just so that you are your own sovereign individual. You're not going to get that unless you really want it. And the entire world wants it. And the entire world is working hard at it. And to some extent it is competitive. It's a positive sum game, but there are competitive elements to it because there's a finite amount of resources right now in society, and to get the resources to do what you want, you have to stand out. Money is how we transfer wealth. Money is social credits. It is the ability to have credits and debits of other people's time. If I do my job right, if I create value for society, society says, oh, thank you, we owe you something in the future for the work that you did in the past. Here's a little IOU, let's call that money. And that money gets debased because people steal the IOUs, the government prints extra IOUs, people renege on their IOUs. But really what money is trying to be is it's trying to be a reliable IOU from society that you are owed something for something you or someone who gave you the money did in the past. And we can transfer these IOUs around. So really money is how we transfer wealth. There are fundamentally two huge games in life that people play. One is the money game, because money is not going to solve all your problems, but it's going to solve all your money problems. So I think that people know that, they realize that, so they want to make money. But at the same time, many of them deep down believe that they can't make it. They don't want any wealth creation to happen. So they virtue signal by attacking the whole enterprise by saying, well, making money is evil and you shouldn't do it, blah, blah, blah. But what they're trying to do is they're actually playing the other game, which is a status game. They're trying to be high status in the eyes of other people watching by saying, well, I don't need money, we don't want money. And then status is just your ranking in the social hierarchy. So wealth is not a zero-sum game. Everybody in the world can have a house. Because you have a house doesn't take away from my ability to have a house. If anything, the more houses that are built, the easier it becomes to build houses, the more we know about building houses, and just the more people that can have houses. So wealth is a very positive sum game. We create things together. We're starting this endeavor to create this, hopefully, piece of art that explains what we're doing. At the end of it, something brand new will be created. It's a positive sum game. Status, on the other hand, is a zero-sum game. It's a very old game. We've been playing it since monkey tribes, and it's hierarchical. Who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. And for number three to move to number two has to move out of that slot. So status is a zero-sum game. Politics is an example of a status game. Even sports is an example of a status game. To be the winner, there must be a loser. I don't fundamentally love status games. They play an important role in our society, so we figure out who's in charge. But fundamentally, you play them because they're a necessary evil. The problem is, on an evolutionary basis, like if you go back thousands of years, status is a much better...
Okay. Let's start.
And that perhaps one of the ways of getting rich, or the idea of wealth, is vilified by some people in other countries, say. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think there's this notion that making money is evil, right? It's like rooted all the way back there.
Okay. Let me say that. Emotion.
Money is the root of all evil. People think that the bankers steal our money. And, you know, it's somewhat true in that in a lot of the world, there's a lot of theft going on all the time. The history of the world, in some sense, is this predator-prey relationship between makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along and take with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitical organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just taking. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money. It's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth. Otherwise, we would still be sitting around in caves, figuring out how to divide up pieces of firewood and, the occasional dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology. It got created from productivity. It got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And we can see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And the thought experiment I want you to think through is, imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses. We'd have machine-driven hospitals. We'd have self-driving cars. We'd have farms that are 100% automated. We'd have clean energy. So at that point, we could use technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. So I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals that you have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you, I give you information, you give me information. If we weren't having a good information exchange, you'd go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interest. Humans don't have that. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy, everybody can be retired, everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's a game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially for the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game of status. And in the process to destroy wealth creation, they drag everybody down to their level, which is why the U.S. is a very popular country for immigrants, because it's the American dream. Anyone can come here pretty poor and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, but even just make some basic money for their life. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, oh, I have to make millions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas to a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young to the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life that I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country. Look at Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy, and you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites. And when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm not talking about monopolies. I'm not talking about crony capitalism. I'm not talking about mispriced externalities like the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets, small-scale exchange between humans that's voluntary and doesn't have an outsized impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation, if a society does not respect it, the group does not respect it, that society will plunge into ruin and darkness.
Nice.
Obviously, we want to be wealthy, and we want to get there in this lifetime without having to rely on luck. A lot of people think making money is about luck. It's not. It's about becoming the kind of person that makes money. I like to think that if I lost all my money, and if you dropped me on a random street in any English-speaking country, within 5-10 years, I'd be wealthy again, right? Because it's just a skill set that I've developed, and I think anyone can develop. In 1,000 parallel universes, you want to be wealthy in 999 of them. You don't want to be wealthy in the 50 of them where you got lucky. So we want to find...
Okay, let me see. I reached... Palette join. Nice. train, tread, tired, pants, a metal container, that is wrong. That metal container that is wrong. Pants. Don't bother the pants. Just leave them to drain. Just leave him. Don't bother drying the pants. Just leave them to dry. Remove liquid. If you drink something, you remove the liquid from it. Usually by pouring it away or allowing it to flow away. And if something drink, remove the liquid. Touch. Remove liquid. Remove liquid. If you drink something, you remove the liquid from it. You usually by pouring it away or allowing it to flow away. It alloy. Hungry. That is hungry. It alloys. To make something hungry. Yeah, alright. To make something hungry. It alloys me that he didn't bother to phone. It annoys me he didn't bother to phone. Why bother getting up at all when you don't? Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? They went to a lot of trouble. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. But half the guests didn't bother to turn up. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. They went to a lot of trouble. For their dinner party, but half they didn't bother to turn up. But half. Okay. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. Dinner party. More examples. Turn up. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. Turn up, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. But half the guests didn't bother to turn up. But half the guests didn't bother to turn up. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. Worry. To make someone feel worried or upset. To make someone feel worried or upset. Does it bother you? Does it bother you? Does it bother you? Does it bother you that he's out so much of time? Does it bother you that he's out so much of the time? Living on my own has never bothered me. Living on my own has never bothered me. Living on my own has never bothered me. Okay. Living on my own. Living on my own. Living on my own has never bothered me. I don't care if he doesn't come. I don't care if he doesn't come. It doesn't matter me. I don't care if he doesn't come. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. Or to make someone feel worried or upset or bother. It bothered me that he doesn't. It bothers me that he doesn't. It bothers me that he doesn't. It bothers me that he doesn't seem to notice. It bothers me that he doesn't seem to notice. It bothers me that he doesn't seem to notice. It bothers me that he doesn't seem to notice. Okay. To alloy work case. Problems for someone. Worry. Too many means. Too many different means. Alloy. It annoys me that he didn't bother to phone. For examples. Okay. It annoys or cause problem for someone. Don't bother your father when he's working. Okay. To annoy or cause problem for someone. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you. We talk about life. I'm talking about be in business. I'm sorry to bother you. But could you help me lift this suitcase? Could you lift Lois? To move something from a lower to a higher position. To a lower or higher position. To alloy or cause problem for someone. Don't bother your father when he's working. Okay. Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you, but could you help me lift this suitcase? Could you help me lift this suitcase? I'm sorry to bother you, but could you help me lift this suitcase? I'm sorry to bother you, but could you help me lift this suitcase? Raise. To move something from a lower or higher position. Okay, to move something from a lower or to move something from a lower or higher position or higher position Darkness. That's it. 楼都没亮了。To move something from a lower to a higher position. Could you help me lift this table, please? Could you help me lift this table, please? Could you lift? Help me lift this suitcase. I didn't want to bother her with the work matters on her day off. I didn't want to bother her with the work matters on her day off. Okay, I didn't want to bother her with the work. I didn't want to bother her with the work matters on her day off. The noise was begin to bother us, so we left. The noise was begin to bother us, so we left. The noise was begin to bother us, so we left. Turn right. I'm right here.
Left.
Left.
Lift.
Left.
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 Lift.
Left. 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 So we left. Left. So we left. Left. Okay. Left. 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 I can't remember. I can't understand this difference. Okay, I didn't want to. The noise was begin left. Left. Okay, the noise was begin to bother us, so we left.
Lift.
Left.
Left.
Left. Left.
Lift.
Left.
Lift.
Left.
Lift.
Left.
Lift.
Left. Left. Left.
Lift.
Left. Left.
Left.
Left. The noise was beginning to bother us, so we left. Help me lift this. But could you help me lift? Lift this suitcase? Oh. But could you help me lift this suitcase? The noise was begin to bother us, so we left. So we help me lift this suitcase. He threatened to call the police. She threatened not to, but will to. And that's it. In danger or likely to stop existing. In danger or likely to stop existing. Okay. Nightmare, okay, is good. It's a good guy, bad guy. In danger or likely to stop existing. In danger or likely to stop existing. Danger or likely to stop exist. They conquer rainforest. They conquer is one of the worst most. The most. Is one of the world's most threatened. Conquering. She rested to call the police if Okay, she threatened to call the police. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering her. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering her. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering her. Okay, trouble or problems. I can take you there. It's really no bother. It's really no bother. Trouble or problems. I can take you there. Trouble or problems. I can take you there. I can take you there. It's really no bother. Trouble or problems. I can take you there. It's really no bother. It's not in trouble. Please don't go. Effort. Please don't go to any bother on my. Please don't go to any other one account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Don't make any special effort for me. 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 Okay. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. Getting hold. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. Horrible. Verb unpleasant or bad. Horrible. Verb unpleasant or bad. It's exactly. Verb unpleasant. Horrible. Verb unpleasant or bad. He has a horrible cold. He has a horrible cold. Verb unpleasant or bad. He planned a horrible cold. He had verb unpleasant or bad. Oh, he has a horrible cold. Horrible cold. What's that horrible smell? What's that horrible smell? What's that horrible smell? Is that eggs? That are out of date eggs? Okay. That was the horrible things to say. That was the horrible. I can tell you because it's not horrible thing. It's not horrible thing. I can tell you because I can tell you from my from one of the things. That was a horrible thing. That was a horrible thing to say. Okay, we're shocked and frightened. We're shocked and frightened. We're shocked and frightened. A horrible cry. Shocking. Horrible. We're shocked. It's not just we're shocked and frightened. We're shocked and frightened. A horrible crime. Shocking. Offensive, upsetting. Making substance down. Making someone feel worried. Making someone feel worried. Unhappy, or angry, upsetting. Okay, shocking, offensive, upsetting. We know. Offensive. The sixth sense in the book was considered very shocking at the time when it was published. Offensive, upsetting, cause offense, crime, shocking, offensive, upsetting, or no. The sixth sense in the book were considered very shocking at the time when it was published. There are few crimes more truly shocking than the murder or abuse of children. Offensive crime, an illegal act, a crime,
illegal,
not allowed by or not allowed. Not allowed. Not allowed to. Not allowed by law. Not allowed by law. Not allowed by law.
law,
No. Not about by law. Okay. We're shocked and frightened. We're shocked and frightened. A horrible crime. Horrible crime. A horrible crime. For example, what earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? What earthly can be she have for being so horrible to you? This site was so horrible. This site was so horrible that I had to turn away. That I had to turn away. I turned away. Why should anyone want to eat something horrible? Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. Okay, that was horrible. Roof. They cover and farmers. The top of building editor. Etc. They pass the verse steep. So be careful you don't fall. He fall badly. Too suddenly. Okay, I refuse to live under the same roof as the horrible man. Foul. Have an accent. Too suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending to or by accident. Yeah. Toward. Eh? Toward. Movement in the direction of or closer to someone or something. In the direction of or closer to someone or something. In the direction of or closer to someone or something. She stood up and walked toward him. He leaned. Too sudden go down to the ground or toward the ground without intending. To have as a plan or purpose. Okay, without intending to or by accident to foul. Okay, to suddenly go down onto the ground and toward the ground without intending or purpose. purpose, without to have as a plan or purpose, intending, or to by accident. They pass the verse deep. Verse deep. That's safe. Steep.
Steep.
Not gradual. Reason or funny at a shape angle. Slope or step slope. Slope, a surface that lies at an angle to the earth. Not gradual. They pass the verse steep. They pass the verse steep. So be careful you don't fall. They pass the verse steep. So be careful you don't fall. He fell badly and broke his neck. He fell badly and broke his neck. He fell badly and broke his neck. Athlete. They pass very steep, so be careful you don't fall. So be careful you don't fall. He fell badly and broke his neck. Okay, athletes have to learn how to fall without hurting themselves. Athletes. Why that? What does that mean for people? Athletes. A person who is very good at sports or physical exercise, especially one who competes in organization events. Athletes. Oh, let's say organized events. He became a professional athlete at the age of 13. Athlete， 你知道吗？但是，如果你中这个标准点，所以实际上 athletes have to learn how to athletes have to learn how to fall without hurting themselves. Fall down. I fell down these stairs. Okay, 刚才我I fell down these stairs and injured my back. I fell down these stairs and injured my back and injured my back. injured my back. The injured my back. Hurt or physical harmed. She was told to stay in bed to rest her injured back. She was told to stay in bed to rest her injured back. It's nothing more than injured. Injured. Physically harmed. Physically harmed. She was told to rest the injured back. She was told. She was told. She was told to rest her injured back. She was told to rest her injured back. Hey, I fell down the stairs and injured back and injured my back. Destroying. No, that is true. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. Okay. Fall from. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The water deep here. The water deep here, so don't fall in. The water deep here, so don't fall in. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. Fall from. Fallen. What is correct? Offensive, shocking, offensive, offense, crime, an illegal act, a crime. Not allowed by law. Not allowed by law. Not allowed by law. Not allowed by law. No. Not allowed by law. Injured. Injured. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. Okay. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The distance from the top to the body of something, or the quality of being tall, or the quality of being tall. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. Okay, the distance from the top to the body of something. The water is deep here, so don't fall in. She slipped and fell on the ice. She slipped and fell on the ice. Slip. Is that amazing? Is that imagine? Okay. That's it. Wow.
The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. Sleep. Oh no, not this. Slept. To sneeze without intending. To sneeze without intending. Sleep. She slipped and fell on the ice. She slipped and fell on the ice. Okay, she slipped and fell on the ice. He fell into the river. And had to be rescued. What that? Rescued. It's terrible. View. What happened there? This product. Have rescued. To help someone or something out of dangerous. To help someone. Okay. He fell into the river and had to be rescued. To help someone or something out of a dangerous, harmful or unpleasant situation. To help someone or something out of a dangerous, harmful or unpleasant situation. The lifeboat rescued the signers from the sinking boat. The lifeboat rescued the signers from the sinking boat. The government but the government has refused to rescue the company from bankruptcy. She snapped. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. Less than search Google images search Google less in the recent knee. Okay, key knee risk. Do you have some more or something risk?
to help some others escape. Escaped. Remove. To remove. I fell off my back and escaped my knee. To remove unwanted cover or top layer from something, especially using a sharp edge or something rough. Scrap your boots. Clean before you came in. We'll have to scrape the snow off the car before we go out in it. Before we go out in it. In group 6 get 8 group. Remove. Okay, I fell off my back and scraped my knee. He was learning out of the window. He was learning out of the window and almost fell down. He was learning out of the window. He was learning out of the window and almost fell down. He was learning out of the window and almost fell down. Almost fell out. He was learning out and almost fell out. Fell out. Almost. Felt. He was learning shit. I'm wrong. It was lame. I was wrong about words. It was lame. He was near out of the window and almost fell out. He was near out of the window and almost fell down. Near. Remember, what? It's difficult. It's despite difficult. A particular set of benefits, opinions. That's something new. Refer. Snow pull in one direction, or to move the top part of the body in a particular direction. Lean. Oh, he. I know this. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell down. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell down. He fell under a bus and was killed instantly. I remember that product has sulfur instead. Immediately.
Instantly.
Instant. Right now. Immediately. Now or without waiting. Now or without waiting or thinking. Now or without waiting or thinking. We really ought to live immediately. We really ought to live immediately. The purpose of the meeting wasn't immediately obvious. We only ought to live immediately. The purpose of the meeting wasn't immediately obvious. Okay, now or without waiting or thinking. Or now or without waiting or thinking. Immediately. Okay, instantly. Okay, immediately. Instantly. She felt 20 fat. She felt 20 fat to the. She felt 20 fat to the body. Immediate. Instant. Bottom. Okay, let me see that.
Bottom.
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 Bottom. Okay. She fell 20 feet to the bottom of the ravine. Okay. The ravine. Bad. Remain. A deep narrow valley with steep side. Ravine. A deep narrow valley with steep sides. Ravine. He fell 20. She fell 20 feet to the bottom of the ravine. Okay, fall to your death. Ravine. Fall to your death. She fell to his death. She fell to his death. Climbing the metaphor. She fell to his death. She fell climbing the metaphor. She fell to his death. She fell. Okay.
He fell to his death, climbing the Matterhorn. She fell to his death, climbing the Matterhorn. Fell flat on your face. Fall flat on your face. Fall flat on your face. Fall flat on your face. To fall and land with your face down. Flat, not curve. That. Not curve on the ground. So one situation. One of the most situation. One of the situation. One of the most situation. You die. But. Flat. Flat. Never and smooth. Never and smooth. Just never and smooth, with no curved, high or hollow parts. Never and smooth, with no curved. Never and smooth, with no curved. Never and smooth, with no curved. Never and smooth. Never and smooth. Never and smooth, with no curved, high or hollow part. I guess I'm right. With no curved, high or hollow parts. Fall flat on your face. To fall and land with your face down. Poor Cassie fell. Poor Cassie. Oh. Scared. Fell flat. Broadcast. Broadcast. Why do you? Broadcast fell flat on her in the mud. Okay. Broadcast fell flat on her in the mud. Broadcast fell flat on her in the mud. Hold onto the rail. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Rail. Trains. The system of transports that use the trains. Rail. The company ongoing trains. One of the two metal bars
fixed to the ground on which trains travel, rail. Okay, hold on to the rail so that you don't fall onto the train. So hold on to the rail. System of transport of trains. Wow, the tour. Trains. Trains. Okay. Rail. Rail. Hold on to the rail so that you don't fall. Then, how do you think of that? Following this, become north is size. Following this. If you to hit this, can what is that? Perform for your face. Keep away from the edge of the cliff. You might fall. Cliff. Hold on. Some more. Keep the edge. She kicked her head against the wall as against the wall. She kicked her head. Kicked her head. Wow. Por qué the you head? Hold. Fall flat on your face. Hold. Okay. Hold on to the rail so that you don't fall. So that you don't fall. Hold on to the rail so that you don't fall. Is that correct? So that you don't fall. Keep away from the edge of the cliff. Keep away from the edge of the cliff. Rail. Cliff. Rail. Keep away from the edge of the cliff. You might fall. Cliff. A high. That means a high area of rock with a very steep side. Very steep side. Often on a coast. Keep away from the edge of the cliff. You might fall. You might fall. The cliff edge. Okay.
The luck out of it. There's really four
Get
kinds
over
of
that.
luck that we were talking about. This came from a book. Mark Andreessen wrote a blog post about it. But there's different kinds of luck. The first kind of luck you might just say is like blind luck, where I
Yeah.
just got lucky because something completely out of my control happened. You know, that's fortune, that's fate, etc. Then there's luck that comes through persistence, hard work, hustle, motion, which is when you're just running around creating lots of opportunities, you're generating a lot of energy, you're doing a lot of things. Lots of things will just get stirred up in the dust. It's almost like mixing a petri dish and seeing what combines, or mixing a bunch of reagents and seeing what combines. You're just generating enough force and hustle and energy that luck will find you. A third way is that you become very good at spotting luck. So if you are
Okay, well,
very
we're
skilled in a
skilled
field,
in
you
the
will notice when a lucky break happens in that field, and other people who aren't attuned
Okay.
to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge and work. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to like take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck, because they're going to come to you to get that treasure, and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how like the person who got lucky by finding the treasure chest, that was blind luck. But then coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you half, that's not luck. You created your own luck. You put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on that luck, or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity for themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave it to chance.
You want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes, you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say, that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, right? So if I can make it, anybody can, in that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs and I had my mental faculties, and I did have an education. So there are some prerequisites you can't get past. But if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. The first little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around it's been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments.